All right. All right. I'll try not to shout. Okay, so Waltraud isn't able to present myself, so I'm going to be presenting myself right now. Um, so well, I grew up in Latin America. It's also one of the reasons why I'm working part-time at LatiNet, and the other part of the time I work at Nitrate Scouts, which is our beautiful project I'm presenting today. And my kind of, well, history and past is pretty simple. After Latin America, I went to Germany to study biology. I then did my master's in Sweden in marine biology, and I worked a little bit in Galapagos as shark ecologist. And then I came to Germany, and well, I found the Hochschule Rhein-Waal, or the Hochschule Rhein-Waal found me, who knows. And now I'm, well, part of this beautiful Hochschule and of these two projects. So I want to talk a little bit about Nitrat Scouts, and Nitrat Scouts is a project that has started in April of last year, and we are actually wanting to develop, well, through a participatory method, want to develop new learning methods. And this has several approaches, and we'll be looking at some of these today. And we thought one of the best ways to show you what types of approaches we have is through our IP project, or our participatory project that we had in between October and January of this year, well, October of last year, January this year. And of course, I need to introduce some important people. So Daniela Lutz, who wrote the project, and well, myself, Magdalena Mosbrucker, and we also have some other people that were very instrumental in, well, helping us do all of this work, like Osama, who was our intern, Emily Streichspiel, who's doing her thesis with us, and Elisabetta, who's our newest intern. Wait. All right. So, what is a project-based learning approach? Basically, what we want to look at is to have independent problem solvers. So you want to make students into independent problem solvers by presenting them with a problem that has to do with real life issues. We want to have them work cooperatively in learning groups with different people from, for example, also very different aspects of for courses, for example. And in our case, we had an interdisciplinary project which happens in the 6th semester at this university. All of the students mandatorily have to fulfill this IP. And this is really interesting because you really get the chance to put several different people, several different courses together. So for example, we had 4 environment and energy students, 1 psychology student, and 3 students from engineering, information engineering, communication. We held weekly meetings. Among others, we were discussing the sampling and analysis. We were discussing the surveys that were taking place and the data visualization. And all of these 3 components you can see are kind of also related to the students that we had in our IP. And the idea is that they are able to exchange the informations that they gather from all of these different individual components. So regarding the sampling and analysis, it was carried out for between October and December. And there were several testing methods. So we had dipstick tests in the field, and then these were basically ground truth with photometers in the lab. These require very low turbidity, so they're not able to be made with soil samples as easily as, for example, a dipstick test. So we had two different types of samples. This dipstick test. We had soil samples and water samples. And we are still currently undergoing testing for the soil samples, but basically what we figured out was that in all of our sampling results for the water samples, they were well below the 50 milligrams per liter. And we had several different sampling sites, among others in Duisburg, where we had tap water and pond water. We also went to Bettenkamper Meer, which is like an open swimming, like a natural swimming place, and also took several water samples there. The surveys were actually split into two parts. So survey part A basically includes some general information about, well, of course, also the person itself, but also the water and ground quality, their knowledge on all of these things, the history, knowledge on nitrate levels, how they think the nitrate input is being regulated and whether that's good or not, and the consequences for their own activities. And then in the survey part B, we were looking at participants' opinions. So, for example, what issues are in the current European regulatory mechanisms, especially regarding, of course, the nitrate. And we also looked at what efforts the farmers are doing to promote change and what parties they think are involved in this. So this also regards stakeholders. And then, of course, in the end, we had a little bit of an open interviewer suggestions. And this entire survey was actually only semi-structured and non-standardized. So this means that you have a survey in which you have a Aufnahme, recording, thank you, of the person that's being surveyed, and they are able to talk quite freely. Of course, you guide them with your questions, but you don't have a, let's say, multiple choice answer. And this allows us to really have really interesting results. And based on these results, we were thinking we want to implement this into our project outputs. So we are developing a game in which we want to use personas to really exemplify the nitrate problem in a way that makes it understandable to both students and university students, but also to the general population, to farmers. So these personas will be with our different stakeholders, so farmers, teachers, students, consultants, and citizens in general. And we want to really try to get these personas and get them a profile so that we can really use this in our game. And for the surveys, just wanted to showcase a little bit of what's so interesting about our different stakeholders. So with our nitrate maps, which we'll look at shortly, we have large areas that are fully marked red. These are all statements from our interviews that I just kind of picked and gathered because the interview, analysis is still ongoing. So we have large areas in Germany that are fully marked red, which means that they contain nitrate measurements above 50 milligrams per liter, and there's, without a clue about what goes on the surface or in the ground. Another survey was saying that if you observe it from above, the current maps are okay, but they cause problems when observing in detail. Other people are saying farmers should utilize all methods, including intercropping, which is when you actually plant crops after your main harvest so that the nitrate can actually stay in the ground so the plants can fixate the nitrate. But all others should be patient and basically have a leap of faith and such. We also had some interesting solutions in reconnecting livestock and crop production. This actually came up several times, preventing manure and nutrients to be used efficiently, and also pairing groundwater measurements with autumnal and min measurements. So in the autumn, the measurements are a lot less stable, but they are very important to really show the farmers how much nitrate they need to apply to the fields in order to have good crop health, but also not too much nitrate leaching. So we have these maps, which are the new maps due to regulations. And here in this map, you can see the darker shaded areas are basically the old parts of the map in which you are severely restricted in how much fertilizer and nitrate you're allowed to put on your fields. And the new mapping is the one that you see here shaded in lighter red. So you can see that the area has increased quite a lot, and this is due to newer regulations of both the EU and in Germany. And in the IP, we had our computer and data students develop first this nearest neighbor analysis mapping. And then we had long discussions on whether or not that was really a good way of showing the data. And you can see that due to nearest neighbor analysis, the idea is that you have for example, a measurement in which groundwater was measured, and this is above regulation. And then you just choose the nearest proximate measurement point, and then you fill out, so to say, the blanks. And we've already had some very interesting presentations here that show that filling in the blanks is not always the most appropriate thing. So here you can also see, I chose this because the colors to me are also really interesting. 50 milligrams per liter is always painted red, of course, because it's above regulation. But to a farmer, this can also send a very, very strong message. So then the IP students looked a little bit at other types of mapping. Here we can see several different measurement points from the LANUF data. And you can also see that the water flow paths, are basically being overlaid here. And this, of course, is the measurement points without any type of measurement data, so no actual measurements, just the points. And then we have a little Google Earth map with the measurement data overlain over the, mostly Kemplenford and surrounding areas parts. And this is a Google Street View map of our measurements here. And we also made previously this map, which was made by Sachin, our previous intern. And we were looking at also the waterways, but here you can see a bit more the actual data points kind of a bit more prominently. So we have all of these maps, and now we're getting to the fun part. So I just want to show you one thing before we get into the fun part, which is an interesting way of mapping. I hope this shows up. No, it doesn't. Okay. Are you able to see the map now? Yes. All right, so here we can see a more interactive map that is made by Elvas, and this concerns the measurements that are the old, basically, values for the measurements of nitrate, and these are the values we have now. So this is a lot more interactive. You can zoom out, you can zoom in, you can really look at different parts of your own area, and also see what was in the past and what is now. So what I want you guys to do now is we wanted to include you into this. So this is participatory. So if you guys can stand up and vote. So I want you guys to really vote on which map you believe is actually suited for all stakeholder groups. So if you think about the stakeholder groups, we have citizens, farmers, consultants, students, and teachers. We wanted to include scientists, but we didn't have enough cards. But so if you can just vote with a pin, which map you think is best. So you can just choose a pin and then, for example, say, okay, this map is neutral, and then you just place your pin there a bit more effectively than I did right now. So yeah, just come on over. It's also, the maps are small so that you have to look at them from more close up. Yeah, one pin per person. So you can decide a good or a bad. Yes. Or a neutral one if you. Yeah, you can also choose a really bad map. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, it's more of a mini survey where you. Sí, el rojo mata mucho. Mm. Mm. Sí, lo interesante es que eso es justamente el feedback de los granjeros, que dicen, si tenemos todo rojo, pero muchos de estos puntos, por ejemplo, si uno hace zoom, digamos, hay un montón de puntos, digamos, amarillos o blancos que están justamente dentro de la zona roja. Y entonces los granjeros dicen, bueno, ¿qué voy a hacer yo? Estoy haciendo todo bien y estoy rojo. Uy. Okay, and while the last ones are voting, You guys can just stand right up again because we have a second question. So in the second question, we will want you guys to indicate how you believe these maps, these individual maps, and also, again, you will just choose one, and how you believe different stakeholders might cast their votes according to these maps. So for example, if you think, okay, I want to see how a student would rate these maps, or a farmer, or for example, a water consultant. So you can just choose one of the colors, they're indicated above, and just choose a little color card and also cast your votes. Ja, wir dachten uns, die letzten Tage war so super interessante Sachen, aber keine Bewegung. Yeah. You choose one, yeah. Or I mean, if we have enough stickies, we can also choose per stakeholder, but that's difficult. Oh yeah, maybe a little bit more sticky. It's fine, as long as we still have pins. But it's also very broad still. So our idea would kind of have an interactive map with individual data points, so that you measurement points. And a lot of times you don't see them in a big map, you don't really see them as detailed. So some farmers might be in a red zone, but their directest measurement point isn't red, stuff like that. So we are trying to figure out a way to a static version basically of that map.
This one is interactive, but on
Yeah.
that one also show those ones.
Yeah, basically.
So just another layer.
Yeah. And this map here is also based on the same data. Just we got it from the LANOF, which is our water management measurement, like the official one. Ja, also pro Stakeholder gern. Okay. Okay. So I think we've given everyone a nice coffee break. Interesting maps, the most competed on maps, so to say, are this nearest neighbor measurement map and our interactive website map. And well, I think we can say from this that the idea of having a, let's say, interactive map is definitely very positive. I don't think there's any negative opinion on these maps. But I also find it interesting that here we can see that this map was seen as a good map in general by a lot of people. But we do have one sticky here for farmers on bad map. And we do believe that this map would be seen as quite bad for farmers, because the reality is that if you live in a red area, you're just not allowed to use as much fertilizer. So by basically expanding an area of where you live with just red, it has real consequences on you. So I just hope that you thought this was very interesting, and I thank you very much to participate in our project, and well, wish you a happy day. Y ahora es Kreimann, creo. ¿Él ya está? Jetzt ist Martin Kreimann da dran. Yo le voy a presentar. Ich werde Herrn Kreimann präsentieren, weil Waltraud ist, glaube ich, noch im Meeting. Ja, ich habe das mal, aber ich mache das gleich noch. Also ich glaube, das kann da bleiben bis später. Mhm. Which I have the pleasure to announce is Martin Kreimann. He studied at the University of Bonn. In 1994, he completed his PhD, and then he was editor of the magazine Kultur. I hope I'm saying yes, from 1994 to 2007. And then from 2007 to 2011, he was an editor at the Lions Club magazine. And since 2011, he has been at the Hochschule Rhein-Waal. He has been the coordinator for the ZTI in Camp Lindfort, and now he is a coordinator as well at the Fab Lab. So we welcome him with a strong applause and give him the floor.
Okay, me and Mark are part of the initiative Zukunft durch Innovation, which is set up by the federal government of North Rhine-Westphalia to make an offensive for future STEM professionals. It's the largest of its kind in Europe. There are, I'm not sure if, I think now it's 60 ZTE networks and over 70 student laboratories. And one of the laboratories since then, we've been running workshops for students and teachers on digital fabrication. To give you a quick impression, this video shows what we are doing. But the Fab Lab Camp Lindford is not only about technology. In our workshops, we try to find a new way of learning. And the way of learning is making. The Fab Foundation puts it in the words make, learn, share. Mark is doing all our workshops. Perhaps you can tell us about what is special about making.
So I've been in the Fab Lab for 6 years now, since 2016, and I started with organizing workshops in Germany. It's called MINT. In the English-speaking country, it's called STEM education. There's a slightly difference. MINT means mathematics, informatics, physics and technology. STEM means science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. You can search yourself for the differences. Our assignment is that we make MINT workshop, and the Fab Lab is the ideal place for that. But we have to watch out that we don't become a school, because what kids don't want is another school outside of the school. So it's important that when they come into the Fab Lab, they come into a different setting. And the setting is based on the idea of making. There is a strong pedagogic movement. It's called constructivism, and is based on the idea of, what's his name, Peppert. I don't know his surname.
Seymour.
Simon? Seymour Peppert, which is from Boston, MIT, and also like the Fab Labs, the idea of Fab Labs is all based on MIT Boston. And Seymour Peppert was also a friend of Neil Gershenfield, the founder of Fab Labs. And what they share is the idea of sharing knowledge, which is for companies the opposite of what companies want. Companies want intellectual ideas protected by patents. The idea of a Fab Lab is that we share what we learn, and by sharing that we can thrive things more forward. And I think a very good example is the 3D printer, which we all know because now we can buy a 3D printer at the Aldi supermarket. And the 3D printer is a perfect example because in 2007, 2008, the patent of the printer we have now, I can see two printers there in the back, the Ultimaker for instance, the patent ended. And 1 week later, on the global scale, we had 3 companies offering 3D printers for private households. Plus, what they also did, they had the whole plan of that 3D printer. That means the 3D files, the bill of materials, and the assembly manuals. They publish it on the internet. And by doing so, suddenly this kind of little snowball started to roll and it became bigger and bigger. Now we can see every month companies, startups, which make a new 3D printer, like a bigger one or a smaller one, more expensive one, a cheaper one, a special kind of 3D printer. So that's a very good idea of when you make things open source, you can drive things much faster forward. And because of that patent ending, actually we have Fab Labs, because that contributed a lot to the idea of Fab Labs. Now, Martin, can you go back to the making? So the one basic idea of the whole Fab Lab is sharing information, sharing knowledge, and sharing experience with the weak demand that you also share it. And that means there is a whole philosophy behind it of sharing knowledge and learning by doing. And that whole idea of that Fab Lab, that ground idea of Fab Lab constructivism, is put in those workshops where we have schools and pupils of that schools get out of the school into the Fab Lab, and they will build something or they will do something. And I can give you some examples because the plan is, of course, they come in the Fab Lab and they have to use the Fab Lab. And the Fab Lab is a place of digital fabrication. For digital fabrication, for those of you who don't know, is that we use all those machines to make something. That can be a 3D printer, a laser cutter, a vinyl cutter, a CNC mill, plus the software, plus the materials, plus the knowledge how to do it. And I can give you a short example. I have to switch laptops. So the basic idea is that it's all based, just to bring it down in something simple, it's all based on the coordinate system, X, Y, Z. All the machines are based on that, which is very simple and very banal, actually. But if you know how it works, then you can actually use every machine all over the world. So let me get my mouse. Oh, I can do it also here. So what I did, I came up with this idea. We call it the digital manufactory, which is a contradiction in terms, of course. A manufactory is like a factory, but you make things with your hands. You know, it's a thing from the past, actually. But still, some things are still made by hand. Especially if we look at other countries where the industry is not so well developed, they still make things by hand. And I think that's a good thing because kids are losing more and more the reality or the interaction with the real world and with real materials and real tools. And it's important that they get more and more into that. And now this manufacturing, building things with your hands, is digital. You know, it's a joke. But it's exactly what we're doing in the Fab Lab, because all the stuff which comes out of this machine, we have to work on the computer, and then we send it to the machine. and out of it comes a thing which you hold in your hands. And that thing, you have to do something with it. Maybe the thing itself is a thing which you can use, or you use that thing to build in, or repair, or improve. But still, in doing so, you always need tools. And then we go back to the old school. You still need a screwdriver, you still need a file, and you still need a grater to work on these parts which come out of the machines. So we start digitally, and then we suddenly are back into this crafts again. This tactile crafts, where the pupils have to do something with their hands. And that's actually what all this making is about. That you're using these crafts, this tactile thing, that you can touch things and materials, and you're using the digital means. And this kind of maelstrom we use to make a tornado going up instead of going down. So I came up with this idea of the digital manufacturing, and 3D starts with 2D. You have to understand 2D before you can take the next step with 3D. And there's this very simple machine. It's called a vinyl cutter. It has 2 axes, X, Y, and it has a knife, a very tiny knife. And it can cut materials like paper, vinyl, textiles, very thin layers. And the kids don't need much time to get used to that. Because when they come into the Fab Lab, they see all these machines and they think this is rocket science. And then I have to bring it down into easy little tiny bits. And the vinyl cutter is such a thing. And what we do, the vinyl cutter can cut vinyls, and those vinyls you can bake on your t-shirt. I see here a t-shirt. This is made the same way. It's with a vinyl cutter. And the kids very quickly understand how it works. And then we start going. And then we go further and further. And this is just a sketch what could be all involved in those workshops. And by doing so, I took the t-shirt out, so I split it up into days, what to do. And while doing that, and also doing the workshops, and the workshops improving, there was this thing about the government, Noord-Rijn-Westfalen, which came out. It's called the Digitale Medienpas. It's for schools that they have some kind of a charta which they have to apply to their educational plan. And there were some topics and issues which should be included in their plan, how to make education at their school. And now this median pass is mandatory, so all the schools have to do it. So I took this median pass, it looks like this, and it's all in German, sorry. So they have different topics and what the kids should learn. They need to how to use media, and in media they mean computers, but that can also be machines, how to use them. They need to investigate and inform themselves. Well, if you learn software and you look on the internet with some problems, that is that they're actually doing it. Communicate and cooperate, which is the basic principle of every Fab Lab. Communicate and cooperate, share knowledge. Make in the sense of produce, and present. Well, we are making all the time. Analyze and reflect. You look at the stuff you make, and you see it's good, it's bad. You have to repair things maybe. There can also be a reflection. And problem solving. I can assure you that there are a lot of problems which need to be solved when you get involved into the Fab Lab. But that's the whole idea of the Fab Lab. That it's never easy, but you need to face those problems, and you need to learn how to do problem solving. But first you have to find the problem. And that's what's happening all the time. So in the Fab Lab and with our workshops we do, the end result is not that important. That's just a gift which the pupils will get in the end. But the way through it, learning by doing, that's the way to do it. So we have this menu pass, and then we had, we can, all these points which are already in those workshops, we can check with the medium pass, and that makes the whole workshop range which we have in the Fab Lab ideal for schools. And another example is this is a workshop in progress. It's called Kinetic Art. Kinetic art is it's going. It's not most of the arts we know are based on a certain period: abstract art, surrealism, Dadaism. Kinetic art goes all through the ages. It's art pieces which can be moved by the viewer, or moved by a machine. And then we're back in the Fab Lab again. So we can combine art with machinery and technology, with LEDs, motors, and then they have to set themselves out of their comfort zone and need to face all these possibilities and those problems. Okay, that's my part. Sorry that it took a little bit too long, but I get always a little bit taken away by talking about these things.
Okay. Another important thing in the Fab Lab is that the role of the teacher changes. The teacher becomes a maker among other makers. Therefore, we're not only holding workshops for pupils, but also for teachers. And here is a video that gives a voice to some of the teachers.
Everything is hands-on.
It's a very learner-driven experience.
It's not a competitive environment. Everyone wants to see everybody succeed. It's definitely interdisciplinary because it's real materials, real tools, real problems.
So what do you want to know about it?
There's not just one answer, there's many.
MakerEd is a nonprofit organization that's bringing making opportunities to communities.
And they are masters at bringing all of us maker educators together.
They learn something, they teach you something, and that in turn teaches everybody else.
Maker Ed has had huge impact on my professional development.
The philosophy that we've been given as a part of Maker Ed is that it's one of cross-pollination of ideas. The thing that surprised me the most about this experience is that I learned more about how I teach than what I teach.
I just see this tremendous energy in the educators when they walk away from an experience with Maker Ed.
You're not really looking for the end product. How you get there is more important.
If kids can understand the scientific and the engineering and the math principles behind what they're making, they can change the world. I remembered letting a kid know that, she had really solved a hard problem, and this is a kid that had very low self-esteem. And then as she walked away, she sort of did a little dance. That's just like one of those moments where you realize, like, it's so small, right? And it could disappear if you don't note it, but that might stay with that child for the rest of their life. That's great.
My biggest hope for the students is for their imaginations to just run wild.
These are kids that don't look at the world as happening to them. They really look at the world as theirs to design. In the Maker Ed community, we create,
Explore, we learn, and we imagine.
And it was that spirit the teachers and pupils experienced in one of our first workshops, Build Your Own 3D Printer. When we set up that workshop, we had the vision that that would be the first tool for schools to have their own school fab lab. We didn't really believe in it. Um, but astonishingly, it happened. Now we've got something like 25 to 30 schools that are setting up step by step their own fab labs. For that, we formed a network called School Fab Lab. We meet each other every 2 or 3 months. It's always 30 teachers. And just this week, I'd been to Wesel, Gesamtschule am Lauerhaus, and they set up a very, very nice school fab lab. It's one of 11 laboratories, and they even want to open their schools to the public. To give you an overview, these are all some of the schools. Now it's some more. I think at the end of this year we will have up to 15 schools that call themselves school fab labs. And with that, I think we are one of the biggest initiatives concerning K-12 teaching in Europe. Thanks for your attention. Any questions? Mark, how many workshops do you have per week? I think it's 1 or 2 workshops per day. That's the way we get into touch with the schools. And of course, it's like storytelling to other teachers. It's interesting what Mark does in the Fab Lab. And on the one hand side, the teacher comes back with other pupils and he tells his colleagues about what we're doing. So we don't have to do that much marketing for our workshops. The workshops are interesting for the schools as well because the 3D printer we're building, just for example, costs about 1,200 euros, something like that. And it's free for them. We can do that because we are supported by the federal government who gives us money to do the workshops. And therefore, we've got the money to make the things free for the schools. We're privileged in that way.
Tell us a bit more about this kinetic art project because I do believe it's like the spirit of STEM, like merging, let's say, physics, maths, and arts in this case. So,
Yeah,
how
yeah.
is this?
Yeah, well, my background is a art background. I studied art, and I missed that while working here because a lot of the things we do here is very static and technical. And although I have an affinity for technical things, I'm also very interested in arts, and but also in crafts, to use your hands and make things. And like in the English-speaking countries, I talk about STEM, but they also have STEM. So there's the A of art into it, and it's not by coincidence that they want to involve art and make it. We also saw this cross pollination because art has a completely different way of thinking as the other ones, the technical, the physics, and if we look around us, it's not only things which nobody wants. I'm talking about things which are completely useless, but still invest time in it to do it. And that's getting more and more to the background nowadays. And that's why it's so important to have that art introduced, because it will teach children to learn different ways of approaching problems. And I'm not talking about problem solving, I'm talking about is there a problem? You know, is there a problem? And how can we define the problem and not look immediately for answers? Because there are so many answers. First we need to know how to describe a problem. And that's why it's so important to have that art involved into the technical things. And kinetic art is an ideal way to combine it all, because it's multidisciplinary. So it was lying there, and I didn't see it. And then I saw it, and then I grabbed it. Because it's perfect for that. It goes through the whole Fab Lab to use everything and get art back into that Fab Lab.
Antonius, this is a model for you as well. Yeah, but as Martin said, pointed out, we are very gifted with this funding schemes we have here in Nordrhein-Westfalen, this ZDI, Zukunft durch Innovation. So it's future by innovation, you can say. It's a very general term of something, but it's a kind of initiative in the federal state, so they have an office, and you can even basically register your courses there and say, okay, I think there is a kind of quality assurance or so, right? So you have to have, let's say, a certain format and some quality, whatever, measures, right, which you have to fulfill. And then there are the list of courses which then can be booked by the schools. And the federal state is then paying for the workshop trainers and teachers, right? And this is very appealing because this really creates a kind of sustainability, you can say. Right? And this allows us really to hire brilliant people like Mark, right? And who are then basically multiplying this stuff. So maybe that's also because your island is relatively small, and maybe you can also talk to your local government. Maybe they can come up with something similar.
Because the idea of this, I don't know for how long have you had this connection of what you do in the German curriculum. It's a new thing. This
it's not in the curriculum.
It's not in the curriculum. It's but it's connected to the curriculum about the medium competence around Mark explained.
Okay.
Because how old is the medium?
A couple of years, 3 years maybe, 4 years. And I think the last 2 years it became mandatory. But it's in abstract terms, and you can put in, there's still some flexibility. If you use a 3D printer, you will find some of the things where you can introduce a 3D printer. You can also introduce a pancake, or you will find something.
It's a competence-based.
Yeah.
I have another question, I know, for Mark or Martin. So how, because you're now like getting to the teachers, the schools, they are learning this, and how do you envision this, or how do you see in 5 or 10 years? What would you like it to be, or where are you headed? How do you think it's going to be? Because you said right now it's not in the curricula, so how do you maintain that?
I think now it's more like a grassroots movement. My hope, but it's only my hope, and being realistic about it. My hope would be that it would be in the curriculum, but that would also kill it. So I would like it to be a grassroots movement, but with very, very, very tall crowds.
but I think Mark Lachmann is talking to the ministry, right, of the federal state about becoming an integral part of the curriculum at our schools.
Yes, I think 3 or 4 months ago, 10 or 15 people from the Ministry of School of North Rhine-Westphalia visited Mark Lachmann's school at Gymnasium Filderben, and they liked what they saw. They liked it because everything fits to particular things they already have in the curriculum. And their initiative now is to base 20 to 30 millions left from the digital energy.
Okay.
And they want to spend that money on buying tools for digital publication. But they won't give it to schools, but to Medienzentren and Lehrerfortbildungszentren.
Yeah, okay. So capacity building initiatives and so on, trainers and so on. That's what they would like.
But what is nice is they like the idea of a new kind of lab, using tools for digital fabrication. And the other thing, they like the idea of the pedagogical concept of making.
I have one last question. So this initiative is being conducted here in the region, right? In Northern Westphalia. So do you have some activities with the rest of Germany, with Europe? I know there is this European program. It's called eCraft to Learn. I don't know if you've heard from it.
Say it again. What's it called?
eCraft to Learn.
No.
And do you have networks with the rest of Germany, with Europe? Is something local with local schools?
We only have a network with local schools in this region. And that's also our task to supply these workshops in STEM education for local schools. And we don't have that much interaction with what we do have, every 2 months we have a meeting with all of the schools, and that's getting wider and wider. So there are also guests out of other regions coming here or online and sharing knowledge and information. Yeah, it's getting bigger, but we do not actively interact with other regions, although we follow it very close, of course, what's happening there.
We are also part of this international network, of course, because Fab Lab on its own is internationally organized. And for example, this Fab Academy, which is a kind of qualification program, and we are one of the hosting Fab Labs, which allows us to run these courses together with the MIT, for example, or the Fab Lab Foundation, per se. Right? This is let's say, the international level we are playing on. But I think the biggest impact we have is really this local scale and regional scale. And that's also super satisfying, right? Because you have a very close connection. You know the people personally, and these are strategic cooperations over long term. Right? It's not these hayfires, right? Which just bright fire and then it's gone. But we are more and more interested also in long-term collaborations with different schools, several schools. But the beauty of the Fab Lab is, of course, it's embedded in the university, so it's open for the students. Students are using it at the same time, partly when pupils come to your university. We have these open days for the public, right? So the beauty of it is really also the mixture, that it belongs to everybody, I could say, right? And that we the spirit of making is really, it tears down borders, you can say, right? Where people change also fosters a lot of communication and exchange, right? Understanding, so it's also really, I would say it's rather a social movement. And that's what we think is really powerful. And that's our experience, and we are still very enthusiastic about this. Yeah.
But what I can add to it, that as Paul said, it's a social movement. That's true, and that's also the strength of it, and also the weakness, because there is a lot of money, as you just heard, 25 million. And what they are going to do, I have a strong opinion about that. And what they are going to do with that money is they buy stuff, but they are not going to hire people. And my opinion is that each machine needs a certain amount of hours, of people hours. And if you want to use the machine in a proper way, you need to calculate also those hours with it, and maintenance, and education, and teaching others how to use the machine. If you're not going to do that, it's thrown away money. Very simple.
I remember the first months when we started with FabLab, I thought this was a museum of digital fabrication. Right? I was really had a cold sweat on my face. What are we going to do with all the stuff, right? No personnel. And then it emerged, and time after time, right? And you are now our sustainable guy, you can say, right? So running all these workshops, right? And that's also something which is really interesting, because Mark has a he's also able to adapt himself to different levels of, let's say, pupils he's talking to, right? And you are even giving courses for people with special needs, right? Who need some special, we have different special needs.
Yeah, I know what you mean. There's this type of schools. It's the last exit to the gutter. They have special schools, they call special schools, and to give them special attention, but actually they don't have enough personnel to give them. It's like a highlight coming to the fact that I come into this university ambiance, and suddenly they feel more appreciated. Always allowed, but still we have great fun, and but we also have to deal with those. We cannot deal always with the ideal little geniuses. Now we have to deal with everybody, and that's difficult. And that's again, you need people in order to make it happen. That's the most important thing. And if you have people, then you can start with a pencil. And from the pencil comes maybe an old laptop. From an old laptop comes maybe from scrap wood and a laser cut. And that's how you start, small, and then it will accumulate all the other stuff.
But in one of our talks we had, Mark, you also mentioned that it's super important to look at the needs and the requirements and the wishes of each individual, right? So you try to formulate a kind of framework. We say today it's about, I don't know, using 3D modeling and using the 3D printer. But then you have to listen carefully, right, not to frustrate the students or the pupil, right, to press them into a template which they might not fit. Right?
Yeah, well, each kid is different, and it depends on what school they're on and what the level of education is, their background. Also, there's here in this area a lot of immigration background, and it also plays a role what kind of kids you have here, and you have to adapt to each one of them. There's no default workshop. There's no default. It's always special.
So the workshop itself is also kind But I think it usually happens, right?
Yeah, well, it can also go wrong. And that's the whole basic idea that we have to accept failure.
Okay. Do you have any more questions?
If I would know an interested school that is not locally in the region, it's probably difficult, right?
Well, the thing is, we have so much to do. As Martin was saying, I have like at least 4 workshops a week.
Well,
And I can, if there's a school interested, of course, I want to help everybody. And then we'll look for the possibilities. I don't say no from the beginning. I say, yeah.
it's in Recklinghausen, so it's a bit further away, I guess.
Yeah.
But there are other strong maker places as well, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Maker spaces. Also Moffat, I think, which is maybe closer to the living houses. Is this a model for Chile? You have a Fab Lab as well, right? So how are you doing it? So you ran, I saw hundreds of workshops, right? Thousands.
Yes, we have all these workshops, like there are like 2-hour workshops, and people can just sign, everyone, I mean, whoever wants to learn. And we currently have 5 or 6 of these workshops. We have one for the laser cutter, one for 2D design, 3D design, the 3D printer, and the CNC milling. We use, I mean, these workshops are for a small amount of people because the idea is that they do hands-on things. It's not theoretical, they just have to do something. We also have these other activities with teachers from schools, and we have engaged like 5 schools, and now in this year we're going to have at least 50 more. In this first, let's say, first program, we teach these professors, teachers from the schools to use the 3D printer, to do some maintenance, and basic design. And then we gave them the same printer that they learned to use. So they took it to the school, and we supervised how they used it, maybe gave them some maintenance tips also. And in a couple of schools, they already implemented the 3D printer and the curriculum. So they are doing activities in many courses with the 3D printers. They bought more of them. So it was, in a couple of them, very successful. In the other ones, they are also using it, but the teachers are older, and it's going, but they are struggling with it. But now we have this new project with more funding, and we want to not just use the 3D printer, but also other stuff like arena-based projects, maybe laser cutter. Well, it's only in the region, it's regional, also like here. And I was mentioning also, well, this European project, because I think there's a lot of material also there that maybe useful. But it's, I mean, more or less the same you mentioned. Sometimes the workshops go very well, sometimes more or less, but in most of the cases it's very I mean, you feel really good after doing it because you can see that people are attracted and they like the students. We've done some pure activities with child, like 5 to 9-year-old. We have to change also what we do, but they can get to play a little bit. We have already some stuff fabricated so they can play and watch how it's done. And well, it's a developing field.
You have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And then hope that it goes.
What the platform is, we are also doing
in parallel other activities more related to programming, with robots, more focused on the big data and programming part. So are you doing that and are you combining them, or do you have some experience doing also the programming together with the fabrication? Or is it
Yeah, we also using Arduino-based things, stuff, and depending on what pupils we get, so the level, we use Scratch or the Arduino programming. And my background is not into electronics, so I have to get other people into it to take care of that. I know what's going on, and I know some basics, and I also know what schools and kids need, and then I will apply them at that. But that's why the kinetic art project is so interesting, because it has motors involved. If you want, you can make something move by hand, but you can also put a motor there. And if you put a motor there, you can use an Arduino and all the electronic circuits needed, and then you can do programming and using the sensoric, actoric, and that makes it such an interesting workshop.
So you're part in the lab, here. You only do the workshops here at this Fab Lab?
Yeah, I only do workshops for schools from the region inside the
But because I was asking, because there are 3 Fab Labs at the university, right? So you only work in that one university?
Yeah, the biggest one. And you might visit it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where I am. Where I'm doing workshops. Are you still here on Monday? Okay, because then I will do, for instance, we will build a 3D printer with the school on Monday.
Yeah, when will we start?
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
Okay, so Mark, thank you, Martin, thank you so much. So I see a lot of synergies between all of us, right? Especially Antonio. I'm also looking forward to your workshop this afternoon, which is really tangible, right? Usually you do it with rocks even, right? Because Antonio is from Tenerife, there are a lot of volcanoes, right? Mostly stones, and then with this you can perfectly simulate a Mars environment or extraterrestrial environment. So the children have to find out what is needed to survive. And he's going to give a workshop this afternoon. It would be great if you have time. Sorry, I have my wife will play that. Maybe I can take one of the workshops. Is it okay? Does it work? So the next speaker is Klaus Hegemann. He's the dean of our faculty. No, I'm a social scientist. He's a social. Oh yeah, now he's speaking as a social scientist. But maybe you introduce yourself, right? You can do it better than I can.
We can all share together the introduction of Klaus. While he's getting ready to talk, I mean, he's now our dean since 2023. As you already heard, he's a professor of business studies. He has been formerly the dean of studies here. He's, besides all this, he is seen the people from Han representing their university the other day, and they were actively working with us also in this cross-border region in social issues, in economic issues, and so forth. So he has been working a lot with local communities. For example, the demographic change brings a lot of challenges, and these small villages have to deal with it. People go over to Düsseldorf, to Köln, to other regions, and of course you have to also deal with the local villages and how they kind of face these challenges. Besides that, he's also involved with local businesses in terms of business ethics and social responsibilities, and he has an ample publishing record in these projects, also working together with other universities. I guess Münster, again, I already mentioned Han and so forth, and is very active in the cross-border region.
Not as active as you are, Waltraud. Thanks a lot.
Well, I go immediately to the other side of the ocean, but we all do whatever we can in terms of
Yeah.
our university into.
Yeah. Thanks so much. First of all, I'm a social scientist, and I'm really excited to have some time, which I allowed to share with you here, because actually I'm just thrilled what is happening here. It's a wonderful conference, an international conference with so distinguished speakers, guests. Then here's this wonderful green fab lab. There's a fab lab over there, and we are only social scientists. So I always wonder, what is our relevance? Do we have any relevance at all? Yet, since we are invited, we are very pleased, and then we may introduce the purpose which we are willing to offer into these projects, which honestly I think fit very well in this interdisciplinary context, and as well international context, as I'm also pleased here to give some information about the cooperation with the Hogeschool van Arnhem and Nijmegen, which is our Dutch partner in most of the projects, because they face similar challenges as we do in terms of changing demography. I would be really interested in getting your feedback about the situation which you are experiencing, because one of my assumptions would be that problems are similar in aging societies, which is maybe right, maybe wrong. Yet here I would be really pleased if you simply interact as strongly as possible on this Friday noon, because then I guess it's this positive experience for me as well, sharing our small insights. Here I think first of all it's very important to mention that the whole thing is group work, and from two perspectives it's group work. It's a group working on content, and in terms of content actually I think Felix should have here the honor to give the introductory note on our projects, because the scientific team behind here is offering the additional value, because they are sharing their perspectives, which are so important, and especially quite closely with the inhabitants in the region. As we already mentioned, we as a university consider it as absolutely relevant to be a part of the region, and so there's interaction in these projects. Yet from another point of view, I would also tackle here the headline, it's indeed group work. I'll offer shortly a model which has been developed by Emery and Flora, here scientists, fellow scientists in the United States. And they've been concerned about what is changing the community, and they've realized that it's quite relevant to wonder which of the capitals which are available in a community are most relevant for a specific impact. And they've identified 7 community capitals, and that's something which we are referring to as well. We try to identify what is most relevant here for a specific impact in a region to have a sustainable impact. there's financial capital, there's political capital, and so forth. Yet our hypothesis has been, and as far as we could have tested it, we think it's still not falsified, that it's most relevant that there is strong social capital. So here everything is so wonderful, exciting, innovative, yet without social contribution, without people working in the laboratory, actually here, as our colleague just mentioned, it has no relevance at all. This is the difference. This is making the difference. So it's both, it's applied, and here participation is important. We always need, as a part of our teams, networking collaborators which have the competence here to address the questions. Today we talk about ChatGPT and similar because it is so strongly knowledge-based, but without addressing the right question, most likely here ChatGPT is not functioning at all. At least it's not further developing, and that would be an assumption here as well. In terms of human development, here you have to address these questions correctly as well. So if this is the question, which factors are driving the success and failure of community-supported entities, here enterprises, it would be our answer that it's largely determined by internal and soft capitals, especially social capital, cultural and human capital. Still, we are struggling here when it comes to benchmark to cluster all of these effects. Here, these are the most important activities and challenges which we are facing in our research in this decade. That would be my strongest desire here, to identify and especially here see as clearly as possible where are the correlations. If we offer certain activities as a community, where do we have impact? Where does it make a difference? And then last but not least, a positive or negative impact as well. Background here in the situation, why do we receive the funding which we enjoy, especially by European the European Union, but also of local governments? The reason is quite simple. We are facing an aging society, so we are struggling somehow here to see that we still have functioning local entities, especially here it's a rural entity which is strongly based upon voluntarism. So if people are identified with the identifying themselves with the region, most likely here there are additional activities which are so valuable for the people living in the region. One example, when we talk about care, quite often we do realize that it's necessary that long-term care here is carried by families or the community, the local community. Nowadays it's probably also for better in some parts, but in some parts for worse. That caring activities here are offered by professional organizations, yet then there's this gap because if there is, for example, not the professional resource, there's not enough nursing and similar organizations, then quite soon here we realize that the lacking effort which is given by, for example, family and friends is having the simple result that it's no longer attractive here to be part of the region, to be part of a certain community where you're usually quite pleased that due to voluntarism many tasks have been activated by specific associations. Yet when we try to activate here or reactivate, as I would prefer to say, when we are reactivating this voluntarism, here we are also concerned already that these are no longer sustainable activities. In associations, these are usually bound by certain rules. So if there is somebody taking care of a certain function, selecting another example in sports, for example, a coach who has started to take care of a team is usually staying for quite a long time. Yet here, when we are initiating certain activities which are not evolved out of a participative approach by the community, then we need to be concerned that it's only a short-term voluntarism effort, and then we experience the same most likely as in any other than corporate entity. Here we simply call it burnout of voluntarism, that it's only done by a smaller group, and as soon as that they are no longer available, then we realize again that the structures are not functioning. So this is the task actually, to activate long-lasting sustainable structures, reactivate basically, and then to reassure that the villages, the local communities are presenting themselves in a way which is first of all attractive for the ones who are already residuals, but also to reassure that the younger generation is also considering as quite attractive here to find residents in the region. Here, from a scientific perspective, it may be relevant that it's assumed that we experience the same effect as it is when we talk about migration, for example. In this scientific field, here we would assume that people are not migrating because they are struggling currently. No, they are rather migrating because they expect that there is no positive change in the future. So here as well, it's quite important to take care not only of the aging generation, but also about the generations as a whole. So when we talk about new residency for long-term care, actually this is not sufficient. That's not attractive. Here it must be a lively community which is taking care also of younger generations. Well, and this is then our approach here to activate the ones who are still identifying themselves with the region. To reassure that they are provided with professional support, but actually following the capability approaches as in developmental science by Sen and others, rather ask what is their need, not to mention what should be here the local residuals person's needs. This is one of the, actually our first beacon, our first role model project. Where's Rolf? Rolf's hometown, as I almost would have liked to say, no, rather where we have met for the first time privately, because Rolf used to live in this wonderful, beautiful Hanseatic city, as it is called, 800 inhabitants. Actually, it's a very, very small village. 800 is not a lot. Yet, it's not the size which matters, it's the activity itself. They have been concerned because there hasn't been any local supplier any longer, no bakeries and so forth. And by the way, at the same time, we were concerned about real estate in this small Hanseatic city called Gried. Yeah, that's how we would like to spell it. It's directly located, as you most likely already assume, at the Rhine, the River Rhine. That's why it is a Hanseatic city still. But the real estate actually was also, how can I put it correctly, since he's still there? It was not as nice as it used to be. There have been quite a number of vacancies, so everybody has been motivated indeed, yet they were concerned that it should be a sustainable idea to have a new local supplier. As you most likely expect, that there is this wishful thinking. If you ask somebody, would you like to have a local supplier in your small town, and are you going to buy your groceries there, everybody will say, yeah, sure. But well, that doesn't happen. Here you can't calculate it as a business case. Here you have to wonder what are additional incentives to seriously go to this local store and buy your bread, butter, and so forth. And not once, but on a weekly base. Actually now it's a wonderful meeting point here. There's also a cafeteria inside. You get decent food and everything you would expect at a supplier at all. And that's how it's functioning. To offer the products which are needed, but also to create and generate a new meeting point. Here actually you could enter when you are wondering whether you could have a small conversation. You are entering and then you are concerned. Whom are you supposed to meet there? A friendly neighbor or somebody whom you rather like to see only once a year, for example. Yet, after you have entered the store, you simply could select to buy a small piece of bread for low cost and then simply leave the store, so there's no barrier to enter it at all. And also there is directly like a marketplace in front of it, and here you also find a long-term care housing. So here it's also a very nice and lively place for younger and elderly people, and since it's a very scenic small city, it's very nice for tourists simply to go there by bicycle, have a coffee, have some cake or other dishes, and then here it's functioning fairly well. Once again though, talking about burnout of volunteerism, you have to calculate that people get paid. If people are working in the store, you need to consider that they need also a decent pay. Other than that, here you'll have 2 or 3 years with volunteers, but then they are experiencing actually also this kind of burnout phenomena. So if you're having this holistic perspective, then here you can more or less expect that there are these correlations I used to talk about. For example, here the build capital here has increased directly as well. There are barely vacancies any longer, so real estate here has improved. The marketplace is renewed as well. So there are many positive correlations, side effects, which is very important. In another smaller town, which I am not willing to mention here, we couldn't offer support. They simply calculated whether their local supplier similar would function, but they haven't paid attention to the social criteria, and actually here there's been a bankruptcy after a little bit more than a year, and then there's negative impact on social capital of a village. So it's quite relevant to have an idea before you are starting. Actually, I'm living right next to this wonderful Hanseatic city, so I know the region fairly well, I guess. We have offered a survey to the inhabitants right after this local supplier has been installed. So we have addressed the question how they feel about opportunities to communicate. And the Hanseatic wonderful scenic site Greet with 800 inhabitants is offering a lower number in terms of quantity of meeting points for communication. The other small village has 2,000 inhabitants and more meeting place. Yet at the same time the local pub, also offering decent dishes, has been closed. So in terms of counting numbers, there are more opportunities in Wissel, which you may see at the right side. Yet here people experienced more opportunities for better communication in the smaller Hanseatic city Greet. Here to initiate these cultural meeting place is quite important for a lively interaction in smaller communities in rural regions from our point of view. Well, so in the long run, here actually it's most relevant to have all different perspectives to reassure that the solutions you are providing, especially from a political perspective, with not only a top-down but also a bottom-up approach, and to take care of all different aspects before you are initiating these activities, before you start to design, for example, real estate, building housing, but also local supply and so forth. And this is most relevant from our point of view here, to take care before you are starting. Other than that, it could be quite critical to identify the right solutions. Here we are very thankful that we were allowed to work with our Dutch partners because it's a different system. This is scientifically very interesting because another social security system in terms of healthcare, but also there's an Anglo-Saxon cultural background in the Netherlands, while this is more Western oriented, as a more of a less utilitarianism, utilitarian approach, as I may say, here in other countries in Western Europe, which is also represented by Germany. So these different perspectives have been very fruitful. To keep it as simple as possible, we always enjoyed that our Dutch colleagues have been highly pragmatic, while we experience more or less more administrative approach before we come to start and generate solutions here at our institutions, also political institutions. So it's very fruitful to bring these two perspectives together. For example, caretakers in the Netherlands are something which has been offered as an example here to German politicians as well, yet it hasn't been applied, implemented so far. Basically it means that somebody's in the village and is taking care that elderly people, for example, are getting up early in the morning, yet also reassuring that there are communication opportunities and so forth, which is a very pragmatic approach to the idea that it's also positive, having positive correlations to build capital or financial capital, because it's way cheaper if people stay in their houses. I do not want to be cynical, but it's also relevant how to refinance an aging society. It's a smart move here by Dutch politicians. We try to convince German politicians as well about these approaches, but here it seems like we are a little bit reluctant. Also, it was very interesting to be introduced by our Dutch colleagues about so-called spatial analysis, which are also quite interesting, how to design actually the build capital in terms of distances and different design, which is also quite important from our point of view. Before you are restructuring a region, I think there are so many aspects, and here science could be supportive. Yep. These are different ideas how to further develop neighborhood. Yet, as we tried to research as well, not only in smaller entities, also in larger entities, but here we just started so far, so we do not have the same knowledge in cities as we have in local municipalities today. Yet, what we I would be willing to say the interaction between all these capitals is very important, and there's no one size fits all. You always have to discuss what is already available as a resource in terms of a human resource here. These are the capitals as they have been framed by Emery and Flora. These are the capitals which are called community capitals. That's where we try to quantify even further in our upcoming projects. The current one here is Transformers. Irmgard is part of it, Kai is part of it. I think Florian has been here as well this week, or no? Oh, okay. So one of our agriculture colleagues here in Kleve, and also Timo Karl here. Marvin is part of Timo's team. Here they are taking care of our e-governmental issues, and that's also quite fruitful here to exchange how relevant for all actions participation could be. That's finally where we as social scientists are part of it as well, where we have some small relevance, because for everything you would like to enact, we would assume it's quite important to reassure that the local community is accepting these initiatives and actually is supporting these initiatives. Talking about energy currently, here when we talk about windmills or basically all actions, especially in Germany, you have some political reluctance quite often. And here participation is also an important issue. And we try here now to identify how the correlations which are there could be used in a most fruitful way. So there are these different projects which we would like to connect. The more we connect, the more we do know. This is our idea to finally establish what I would like to call a matrix, which is nice to have, but actually having its additional value for future projects. So you could identify while you are constructing a project what to take care of to have these positive correlations and to avoid negative ones. As I mentioned, that what's all we do know so far. Most relevant here indeed is the social capital. We're almost done here. That's been our idea to transform the idea as designed by Emery and Flora in the first decade here. Then, as far as I realize, they have not further developed the model. We would like to get an idea now, a better idea how to quantify these correlations here. There are some examples. Working from home as a simple example. Actually a little bit provocative so far, but when we talk about synergies, I think it's quite interesting to wonder whether there are only positive effects of working from home, besides that there is a number of positive effects. Yet here we should be concerned whether indeed it's increasing interaction. So it could be a hypothesis that it's reducing social capital. We would assume we are following the triple bottom line here by Elkington, the economy, the environment, and the society, that all of them is valuable. The one is nothing without the other. Yet we would assume that working from home is quite fruitful for the environment. Yet when we talk about society, there are not only positive effects. When we've done these surveys, we have identified that people do have more time because there are no traffic jams. Yet it doesn't mean that they spend more time being a coach of a soccer team in the earlier evening. No, they just watch more Netflix, excuse me, but this is what happens. That's something which is not always as easy as it seems to be. Yeah. Here we would like to combine it at our faculty. The idea of transformers, which basically means there are so many wonderful projects which are offered by our scientists here with all of our partners globally, and we would like to find a team of scientists which are willing here to discuss how the corresponding transformer, as it is offered by a scientist, is then paying into the idea of delivering a positive correlation to the matrix into a sustainable society, also in terms of a sustainable environmental society, but in general here for all fields of relevance. And then interaction here from our point of view is so important. Then again, it's group work. I'm very willing to leave the presentation here with you. Actually, it's already on the board. Now it's noon, it's lunchtime, but I'm still available for anything you would like to discuss, if there's anything you want to discuss. Irmgard.
Just one question. You said that people spend more time before looking Netflix. not working as coaches when they had a home office. Um, when was that evaluated? And there was a time in Germany where you had really no chance to go outside because it wasn't allowed to meet more than two people.
Yeah, actually,
Or
it's
not
not. Mm.
recommended.
True. First of all, indeed, I'm not absolutely certain whether it has been Netflix yet. Actually, it was already possible to be a coach of a soccer team again. Here, survey is a little bit older than a year. Um, the only point I would like to make, it doesn't mean only because there's more time that you're willing to spend it for the community. There's been one argument when we talk about burnout or no interest in social interaction in your community, then there's been quite often the argument, I'm so busy, I have no time. Now you get extra time. No, you're not spending it for the community. There need be incentives. This is, or motivation, or even more important, you need to understand that it's meaningful. Yeah, Daniela? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I always argue that we need to offer a surrounding which is welcoming here, social interaction again. But by the way, indeed, there's a lower number of soccer players, youth soccer players, but a higher number of very young children, age 4 to 6, playing soccer. But then we are losing them. We as a society, and for social actions with others. And the question is, I guess one of the questions could be why. Hmm? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, absolutely agree. Thanks a lot. There's still a lot of research to be done. And also here we should not argue that there's only one definition about meaningfulness yet. Following your discussion, still, I would argue in favor of social interaction. Very simply said, when we calculate the number of credit points which we are awarding here, then the number is reduced. And here it's only an hypothesis, it's not proven, but my assumption would be it's more difficult to complete tasks if there's less interaction. That's only for discussion. Perhaps I'm absolutely wrong, and that we'll be delighted to have a metaverse and not even move at all. That could be a consequence as well. Yeah, agree. Absolutely agree. Yet, due to higher efficiency, there's more spare time currently, as it used to be centuries ago. And now the question is what to do with it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not willing to evaluate anything so far. I'm just raising questions, and I think your point is quite relevant as well, definitely. Yeah, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I think one topic is also about student success in getting credit points, structuring your day. Also, a student told me now in January that she has now, also she works from home and she prefers working from home, but she has now dedicated certain times. Also that she really put in her timetable as in the schedule 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock working on this topic. And I think, also this is of course not, also you can work structured from home. On the other side is of course when you go outside, when you have meetings, when you have appointments, then it automatically structures your day. And I'm natural science, I'm no social scientist, but what I learned in the past is at least that with people who are a long time without work, one big problem is the loss of structure of the day. Also, you could assume that with German social system, long time that, also it changed with Hartz IV, to be honest, but long time you would assume working in a good paid job, losing your job, you could relax and be happy. I say it changed with Hartz IV, but the people were not happy. And one thing is social context, one thing is losing of structure.
Having something somewhere or something to do doesn't mean that you don't just kind of sit there. I mean, I guess it's akin to the problem of being in a store and having too many options, and so you don't know what to do, so you just grab what's easiest or what's put in front of you the most probably because it's reducing the amount. And when you have nothing else to do, you have too many, basically you have too many options of what you could do, so you end up doing nothing. Because it's the problem of choice, I guess, in that regard as well.
But the question is also when you stay at home, do you get feedback?
Actually, I would not only evaluate what you are doing, but also how you are doing it. You could do nothing and only reflect and actually further develop strongly. Yet, if you are as an individual are only following others' thoughts, no matter what the other is, then we could consider it perhaps as less meaningful. That's also available for discussion.
By nothing, I think like
No,
nothing in the sense of not doing anything considered as activity, but I mean more in the sense of sitting there and filling time, say, I don't know, sitting there and playing solitaire because you don't know what else to do, or you feel like you should be doing something, but you don't know what, so you just kind of fill time, that kind of nothing, not self-reflection or things that some people may call nothing that are still have value in.
yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Regarding this experience you mentioned in these two small villages, I would like to ask you about the role of the schools in Spain, mainland Spain. You may have, small villages, the population is decreasing, and suddenly the school closes down, so the population, decreases steeply. So in these two cases you mentioned, do they have a local school? And for you, what could be the role of the school to fix population?
Yeah, good point, because this is a relevant player as well, especially since here we experience that there's a fracture here in the society following here the role of the church and of other organizations/associations. Both have a kindergarten. And there's an elementary school in the one where we would assume that there's more communication because there are more communication spots. Yet actually the local pub has reopened, and I'm absolutely certain that now the result would be different. Here still I think your point, the role of schools is also most important. Yet it feels like we are professionalizing my assumption elementary school too strongly, and then it's less available for volunteerism, and this is a pity, because then you are missing this marketplace function where people are meeting, simply meeting to meet. Oh. You remember, I always tell our guests that I love this campus, the whole campus, but over there as well, and also try to mention that there's a difference to this place and, for example, the wonderful and beautiful campus in Kleve. But there you have the small river in between in Kleve, which is kind of separating here both sides. While here on our marketplace like campus, you simply have to meet when you go from one point to another. And the ones who like to have these meetings can get enough of coffee. I prefer to simply walk to the cafeteria to get a coffee, but actually not to get a coffee, but also to get an opportunity to talk and to communicate. I'm so sorry, but I love to communicate. I think communication is so wonderful. Sorry to bother everybody with discourse. Our engineers always say, "Where's the product?" And I say, "Well, this is the product." This differs, different culture. I think these marketplaces are missing somehow. You can. I do not want to evaluate, especially currently, the role of the church or of sports associations, but these meeting points are missing. Thanks so much. It's great to have this conference here. Excuse me.
I just thought while you were talking about campuses, interesting effect that I saw with the campus, the new campus that was built a couple of years ago in Bonn, the public school campus. During the corona pandemic, which before that, I think it only was open for like a year before the pandemic hit, it had mostly been filled with students, obvious reasons. It's basically like the new computer science and some life science, and the library for the most part. And just like a large promenade heading towards the Botanical Gardens. And what happened during the pandemic is that since the students basically vanished completely because they were all doing their classes from home, and at most a few professors would come occasionally to the office, so it's almost deserted. What started happening is that the local families took up the space instead. So you started seeing a lot of chalk on the ground because children were making games with chalk, and even now still tends to be a place where a lot of parents with their young children, some I think up maybe to like age 8 or so, are fill the space that now with students returning has obviously the interaction between students and these families, but you still see quite a lot of children, especially this like large space. I think it's technically for emergencies and for like university events, but it's still filled with a lot of families now.
What do
There was a lack of meeting space that was now taken.
Yeah.
Basically,
Here
because
used to be
by a
fields
different.
before that.
Yeah, we should do a spatial analysis about this example and our campuses. That would be interesting.
I just
Yeah.
thought it was an interesting effect that once the students left, the parents and their children kind of filled this area and started using it instead.
Yeah. Actually, I think it would be our responsibility as well to take care of these aspects as a university in the region. It's a very important point. We have to take care of it. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks so much.
How we can create public spaces, and that's one good Mr. will between Fab Lab. How it could be a marketplace, a meeting place, and while the public started to adopt it, even though there was Corona, I think we in Nicaragua. We have had links to them since 2018 or even before. Kai Tiedemann, who you met a few days ago, or he joined us until yesterday, has done a guest professorship also with the DAD at the Ulta University during his parental leave. And I've been working for the ULSA, not officially, more unofficially, when I was a guest professor in Nicaragua, also while at DAD. And so we started a program, DAD-funded program in 2018 called ESAP, whereby we exchanged constantly professors and students every term, until Corona came, of course, but we still had students here. As a matter of fact, 2 students couldn't return, among others Harley here, who we still have with us, and who has great capacities and worked in all different areas for us. And we are always happy to receive additional guest professors from the ULSA in the framework of the ESAP program, but also of the LatiNet program here. Giuseppe is a mathematician. He studied in Leon, Nicaragua, mathematics, followed by a master with the University of Cantabria that focused on mathematics but also on computer science. And he, as I said, he's interested in data analysis, in computer science, and generally in problem solving.
Thanks. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Giuseppe Verbis. I'm from Nicaragua, and actually, currently I'm a teacher at ULSA, it's Universidad La Salle. It was founded in the year 2009. It has 5 engineering careers and 3 bachelor's degree. It has almost 1,500 students, and we have daily plans and also Saturday plans to study, and 8 international programs. The university is part of a Catholic congregation that's called Brothers of La Salle, and this congregation is divided by districts. We are in the district of Central America and Panama, and this is our academic offers. We have a Bachelor of Business Administration and Virtual Business Environments, Engineers and Industrial Management, Mechanical Engineers, and so on. We have students from many parts of the country, and also we have international students. So I'm going to talk about math. I hope to not be so boring. I'm going to talk about multi-object optimization, a mathematical tool for environmental care. So at the first, I want to show you what is a multi-object optimization problem. In our path, professional path, we will find more than once that we want to know which values of in a mathematical function generates the maximum or the minimum values. So when we have that kinds of problem, we are dealing with an optimization problem. But in the class at the college or the university, almost all the problems try to find the optimum of a single function, a single mathematical function. But in real life, we need to optimize several functions at once. And this is called multi-object optimization. So in the multi-objective optimization with Web2, with a loss of generality, I will consider only minimization problems. We want to minimize several functions that are subject to many constraints. Some of the constraints will be that the decision variables will be Boolean, integers, or real numbers. Some of the definition that we present out maybe that will be known by all of you. A feasible solution. A feasible solution is a solution that satisfies all the constraints in the problem. Otherwise, we call it infeasible. The set of all solutions is known as a feasible solution. So maybe another, a new characteristic of these kind of problems is the objective space. It's a new thing, maybe, because it's a space that is formed by all the projections of the solution in all our objective functions. So we have a problem here that we have two decision variables and two objective functions, and in the problem we want to minimize both objective functions. So this is the feasible region, and we project all the solutions and the objective space, and we get this plot. So in this kind of problems, also almost all the time, the objective functions are conflictive to each other. So when we improve one of them, maybe in the other one we get a worse value. So in this kind of problems, we will get only one solution. We will get many solutions, and the set of all the solution is called Pareto-From. So we have an example here, and this multi-objective optimization consists in four objective functions: a quadratic function, a cubic, a linear, and a piecewise function. So, and this problem is subject to, we want to minimize all of them, and subject to each of the variables must be between 0 and 1. It's only an easy example. So if we look of the minimum of these functions, this function has two minimums, are not in the same values for x. So maybe if we improve the values for this function, we'll get a worse values for this. So they are very conflictive. So in some sense, these kind of problems are ill-defined because we don't have a natural order in the multidimensional space. So it's easy to compare, for instance, if we have two solutions, 1, 1, and 3, 3, it's easy to know which of both is better than the other, comparing the distance to the point 0, 0. It's obviously in this case 3, 3 is largest than this one. So, but this not all the time possible to get this comparison. Imagine that we want to buy a computer if we only pay attention on the price, in this case we have 5 computers, A, B, C, D, E, and F, and we may put attention only on the price, and we would to get a computer with the lowest price. So in this case, the best will be the computer A, because it has the lowest price. But if we add another feature, maybe the RAM memory, we have a trouble, because if we compare the computer C and the computer B, they have the same price. So if you have to buy one of them, I'll choose the computer C because it has the same price but has more memory. But if we compare the computer C and the computer D, if we look only the price, the better is C, but has low memory than this. So we can say neither of them is better than the other. As can we see, most computers are not better on both objectives than the other. So that is called domination. We say in this case that computer C dominates B. And there is parity efficient solutions. In this case, C and D are parity efficient solutions because C doesn't dominate D and D doesn't dominate D, for instance. The set of all Pareto, the evaluation of all Pareto efficient points is known as Pareto fronts. In this kind of problem, we want to find the Pareto front. The Pareto front depends on the kind of optimization that we are performing. If we are doing minimization, these plots, we have two objectives functions. So the Pareto front depends on the optimization that we are dealing or want to try to solve. So another characteristic that may very hard this kind of problems is the convexity of the Pareto front. So we can have a convex Pareto front or non-convex Pareto front. So we say that in this case, a figure is convex when you choose 2 points and the line between them, it's all on the set. In this case, if we choose this point and we choose the other one, and we draw a line between them, this line don't lie over in the space. So this is another characteristic that makes difficult this kind of problem. There are many classifications. I choose this one, the Jan and Sherry, and they divide 5 groups to approaches to solve these kind of problems. So scalar methods, interactive methods, fusion methods, methods which use method-heuristic, and decision A methods. I'll be focusing the scalar methods and the method-heuristic methods. So in the scalar methods, it's like a naive approach because the purpose in this method is combine all the objective functions and convert our multi-objective optimization problem into an equivalent single objective optimization. This is because there are many algorithms, many tools to solve this single objective optimization. One of them, maybe the easy one, is the weighted sum of objective functions. In this method, we sum all of the objective functions and we multiplied each of them by a value, WI. We consider that this weight is the importance that we give to each of the objective functions. Usually, the sum of these values of this weight, it's choosing in that the sum is 1. In this case, and the first example, we can, using this approach, we can only sum of them, multiplying each of them with this weight. We convert our multi-objective optimization problem into one single optimization problem. So the method we use are heuristics. These methods have some characteristics. They are stochastics, at least partially, not based primarily in calculus tools. We don't need to know nothing about the derivatives of these functions, for instance. And they are inspired by analogies in physics, ethology, and biology. Some of them work with a population of candidates, and this is the main importance of these kind of methods, because remember that we need to find a Pareto from, and the Pareto from is a lot of solutions. So they have some advantage. They don't require any information regarding the derivative of the objective function over the constraints. They admit to treatment not only real values, but also integers and binary variables. And they can escape from local minimals. They also have some disadvantage. Maybe they have high computational cost, and each run compared to deterministic methods, and they have free choice parameters, which are often difficult to calibrate. This is a very, very difficult thing in this kind of problems. So one of them are the genetic algorithms. These are a type of heuristics that is based on classical genetics. It takes all the vocabulary of the classical genetic. The idea behind this kind of algorithms is we initialized with a random population. We evaluate each of these solutions. We only preserve the best solution, and then we combine them. We make like a mixture of the solutions, and using this technique, we get better solutions. And then we add maybe some random change that called mutation, and we, using this approach several times, we get a better solution. This is based in the Darwin's evolution theory. So we have here an example of one algorithm that was designed to solve this kind of problems, that is called non-dominate sorting genetic algorithm 2. It starts with a random population, and then using some techniques, improve all the solution in the population to reach the Pareto from. In this case, we want to minimize both of the objective functions. So there are many applications of these kinds of problems. we know that industry is an important thing in every country, but it has it will generate a huge economic benefits, but also it have a negative impact in the environment because of the weight. So there are many applications on this. One of these was proposed by Pascual Gonzalez and others, and their model has two objective functions. They divide the USA region into many areas, and they study the economic activity on this area. And so they want to maximize the sorry, they want to maximize the demand, the satisfaction of the economy, but also trying to minimize the negative impact that the industry has in the area. Subject to some constraints that they have to respect. They have to comply some legacy factors. Well, laws, sorry. So another application in hydrocarbon supply chains. I don't write the model because it is huge models, 23 constraints, and it has three objective functions. The model tries to minimize the total cost over the planning in the horizon planning. Try to maximize the total revenue for selling crude oil, and try to minimize the rate of depletion of the reserves. That the last one is an important thing that we can apply in our models. The last objective function is, I think, it's very important because we can consider minimizing the depletion rate. This because to include resource sustainability, so that we make it possible to create systems in which resource can be constantly regenerated. So we can an inexhaustible source of resources. So some conclusions: we have a multi-objective optimization problem when we need to optimize more than one objective function at a time. Multi-objective optimization problems are really difficult type problems to solve. There are no useful approach for all the problems of these types. For that reason, there are many algorithms to solve them. And many multi-objective optimization can be a useful tool to obtain the best economic results while trying to achieve a lower negative impact on the environment through the minimization of factors that have a negative impact on the environment. So, thank you for your attention. Any question?
Do you have results from any practical applications of your model, for instance, in Nicaragua or?
No, but no, actually, I only my master thesis was on objective optimization, but I work in objective reduction. This kind of topics They are not developed in Nicaragua. Nothing is, nobody is doing anything using these tools. But I think that is a potential topic that we can develop something in that. So.
For instance, in our nitrate scouts problem, so when we're looking for the optimal map and we try to answer the question how to deal with the spatial and the temporal variability, because I think that's essentially the difference between the maps. Yeah, how would an approach with this method look like?
I don't know. Yes. But I think that maybe there are a field of there are possibilities to apply it to them. Yes. It's I think it's a mathematic field that it lo siento, no puedo decir en la que se puede desarrollar muchas ideas. Yeah.
To be honest, I'm curious. You said there was a study which tried to minimize at the same time carbon dioxide and maximize the demand satisfactory. What the hell was the outcome of the study? Do you have an idea? You have cited the study in your presentation.
Okay.
Minimizing carbon dioxide and maximizing demand satisfaction. What was the outcome of the study? Do you have an idea?
Please repeat again.
What was the result?
What was the result? The result in that study was that they, at the end, they have a plant that reduce the cost of transportation and manufacturing. I think that the planning horizon was 3 months, and they want to sorry about my English, not very good. They want to satisfy the demands of the people of the product. So at the end, they obtained a lot of plants. So the meaning of solving this kind of problem is that you can a lot of plants and you will choose one of them.
Thank you.
Are there more questions? Not now, everybody's hungry, I guess. We are almost on time today, which is new. This afternoon we will have a workshop together with students with Antonio, who is explaining to us how
no puedo decir nada malo. Ah, vale. Do you need more room? Okay, so I will start. Just a few slides about what's our project about. Okay, it's called My Classroom on Mars. So what we have done, our local university, is to convert our classroom in a Mars-like laboratory. Okay, so now we change even the door and we put our logo. Welcome to Mars. We remove everything, chairs, whatever in our classroom. Okay, so this is going to be our laboratory. And we are going to carry out during the year different experiments to try to survive in Mars. Okay, this is the idea. I am teaching science in the Faculty of Education, so I am teaching future teachers. Okay. So there are different infrastructures we have built. This is, for instance, our simulation table. We have a large table with a Martian landscape. We can change lights and whatsoever. So here we put sand, stones, blah, 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 and make experiments with our students. These are the different examples of what we are doing. They are very simple experiments, okay? In this case, we are just mixing vinegar and bicarbonate to have CO2 because we want to build a rocket. So the students have to play with different concentrations in vinegar and bicarbonates and to see how high the rocket will go. So it's not just going to the laboratory to make a mixing. It's just to play with the data and understand the data and collaborate between us as the teacher, make graphs, doing science. Okay? So this is for the chemical part. This is in biology. We use lichens because this is, we know that are the most likely plants that could survive in Mars. They are called extremophilous. They can support, withstand. Yeah. So we have a biology teachers from the university, like here, Israel, and we just torture different lichens to see how they survive. Different amounts of water, chemicals, light, whatsoever, and we see how the structure of the lichen changes when we change the environment. Okay, so it's not to memorize things; it's just to do science. Okay, change things, make data and graphs. The same, in this case, is in robotics. We just 3D printed a connection between servos and Legos. Okay, so we these are more or less of your age. They play with Legos and try to build an insect-like robot that can move on Mars. Okay, so they spend hours trying to figure out how to move an insect with just 2 servo motors. This is for, we put some DNA in sand, so the student has to figure out what kind of DNA this is. And the last one, this is in for optics and astrophysics. So we have different experiments. We also design, this is some sort of a tablet, okay, we design. So this is an Arduino, a LED screen, okay. So you can actually build prototypes of different things, you know, using this sort of a notebook. So for instance, just give me some examples. Okay, we have a plant, and we try to measure the photosynthesis and respiration changes in the CO2 content, for instance. This is to measure the color of rock samples. We just also built, you know, a small funny robots with Lego, make some competitions. And also we give a lot of talks in different high schools, primary schools, art, whatsoever. And finally, we also train teachers, okay, how to use our resources to use it in their classroom. So last year was the first we implemented this project. We reached around 450 students and 50 high school and primary school teachers. Okay, so it's a easy to carry out project. It's cheap for us, so we believe we can follow with the project in the following years. So sometimes the educational projects, if there's no money, no project. Okay, so you have to learn that very quick. Okay, so let's now move on, and we can go to Mars, and we may have problems with oxygen, okay, fuel, plants, but sometimes we miss an important part. We are humans. So, okay, you go to Mars, but you have to do other stuff. For instance, listen to music. Just imagine that you go to Mars and suddenly you don't have anything to do. Okay, so let's try to build musical instruments, okay, with stuff like this. For instance, can we make a musical instrument with a spinner? Let's see. Okay. So let's start from scratch. Since we are talking about electromagnetism, that means that we are dealing with electrical charges, okay? Electrons in particular. So let's scale up. Let's start with very simple, let's say, experiments, and then scale up to a bigger one, okay? So for instance, this is the easiest experiment. Do you have cats at home? You should. You need one to learn electricity. So yes, ask for okay. So just take a cat, a balloon, okay? Scratch the balloon with the cat. Let's see. Why? This is the main reason you have to learn physics, just to avoid these sort of problems that the cat, you know, has. So what is going on here? When we scratch the balloon with the Kitty's sphere, there's a transfer, okay, of electrical charges. So the positively charged balloon is attracted by the negatively charged on the reverse cat, okay? I have tried this with my cats. They are Spaniards, so they don't care about science. So they just don't walk, and that's enough. So let's scale up. We started with a cat, where we already see electrical, okay, phenomena. Look, this cat. Look at the hair of the kid, not mine. It's nothing to do here. You see? You see, okay. So this is a beautiful, also electrostatic experiment. Why is the hair behaving like this? Because all the hair is charged with the same electrical charge, so they try to repel each other. Okay? So if you take, for instance, I have a piece here. Okay? This is what the police, whatever, they used to. So this for you. Take it here. So put it on the, okay, like this, and hold it. Okay, so I'm just rubbing it. Take it out, take it up. You see? Suddenly, it is like attached to you. It's like a glue, and all the fibers are like repelling and then attracting. So there is some combination there of electrons and electrical charges going on. So it's basically the same idea of the hair with this guy. Okay, when we rub, okay, they repel and sometimes they attract. Okay, so this is a really beautiful experiment where we can feel, you know, the forces acting there. And it takes for a while for this to. Okay, so these are very easy experiments, but if we don't understand these basic things, we cannot go out and try to understand more complicated stuff, like the ones I'm going to show you now. This is in Chile. This is a volcanic eruption, okay? The crater is here. You will see the ashes coming up, and this is the volcanic plume. This is just ash, okay? So when the ash is coming up, it's sort of rubbing, you know, like this, pieces of ash with the other. So the cloud becomes electrically charged. But this is a lot of charge, maybe a difference of nearly 200 million volts between this and this. So the cloud will try to discharge, okay? And we have this. This is not a thunderstorm, okay? This is just a discharge in the volcano, okay? This is a very well-known phenomena. For instance, the Greeks believed that the god of the volcanoes, called Vulcano, lives underneath. And all these sparks actually were done by the god when he was, you know, smashing metal to make the shields of the gods. So he was like the hammersmith, you know, with a hammer, blah, blah, and the sparks are part of this game. So this is a very well-known phenomena. So we are talking about 250 million volts, okay? That's a lot. I'm going to show now a 10,000 volts instrument. I'm sure you have seen this before, okay? A plasma ball. You can buy this in any place. This is like a €4 nice instrument. So here you can see some of the sparks. So the difference in voltage between the inner part and the crystal is around 10,000 volts. The reason that when I touch it, when it's too much light, you can see the sparks. Same physics, okay? The funny thing about this is that you cannot feel it, but around the ball there is an electrical field being built. Do you feel something different? I hope not. Okay. So let's try to detect this electrical field. So we use these high-tech instruments. Do you know this? Okay. So this is just a conductivity test for kids. Okay, when you close the circuit. So it's really nice for primary school kids because you can put, you know, wood, whatever, and see the conductivity. But of course, I am closing the field. So the electrons are moving within the electrical circuit. But if I'm telling you that this is a generator of an electrical field, look what happens. Okay, let me put it on the other side with this creepy noise. Okay. But this could be even crazy. Okay. I welcome you, Mr. Faraday. Okay. So this is a metallic spring. Okay. So I am just enclosing an area. So the electrical field inside is 0. What does it mean? That the electrical charges inside don't feel anything. They don't move. So as soon as I close it, okay. Okay, so this is a very, very, that's the reason you're not killed in a plane, because a plane is basically, you know, like a huge metallic spring, okay? Another one is green, and the other one is blue. So you will see that the first one in turning on is the red one, because it's the lowest. So now it's a matter of listening, okay? So we are going to listen to the Earth magnetic field. So we started with the cat, and now we are dealing with our planet, Earth. The inner core of the air of our planet is generating a magnetic field that surrounds our planet and protect us from the sun. That the sun looks nice, but you know, it's a very dangerous friend. So the most energetic phenomena on Earth are storms. So what we are going to listen now is a thunderstorm and the reaction of the Earth magnetic field detected with a radio antenna. We cannot hear that. We can receive it with radio, okay? So let's see. Thunder. After the war, because the Russians and the Americans were trying to, you know, use the Arctic for their games, and they realized that it was very difficult to communicate via radio with their troops, and they didn't know the reason, and the reason was discovered a few years later, is that we have a nice magnetic field vibrating. Okay, so the same phenomena that makes the a big one, the sun. I am an astrophysicist, okay, so I work with this guy. Actually, what I do is to try to understand what is going on in the core of the sun. where the nuclear reactions are taking place. But we cannot see that. We just see the surface works like this. It's a moving sphere of plasma that is generating, of course, apply to this thing. Okay, a cat is like this, and this guy is like, okay, like that. Part of the magnetic field is broken, so it starts to do these things. The size of Earth in this scale is like this. So I ask them, what do you feel when you see something like this? And then I ask them, put music to this. Which kind of music will you put to explain this? So this year, the consensus of my students were this one. Forget it, I don't know. So they put it and then explain me why they believe this is the best song, okay, to show this kind of thing. And actually it works. I like the kind of music. So for me it's important because not all my students love science. I don't like dancing. So okay, people that they don't like science, that's fine. So let's try to find, common connections. That could be, for instance, music. Let me show you one of the most beautiful. No, you were not born in 2003. Okay, lucky you. So actually, in October, November 2003, we suffered one of the largest storms from the sun. Nobody cared because actually we were lucky enough to, the Air Force like, okay. So all the energy from the sun didn't really hit us. But let me show you a short movie of this event. This is the sun. It's in green because we use different filters, okay, in the sun, but the sun is not green, I hope. So this is a composite video of what it went on these weeks, okay? So it's the sun. All these white things are, explosion from the reconnection of the magnetic field of the sun. Okay. This thing here, this is Jupiter. And all these traces are high energy protons coming from the sun. This was recorded by a satellite, a solar satellite, that is still there because it's protected with military equipment, so it can resist all this kind of stuff. It's actually now flying around 80 million kilometers from Earth, okay? And when we said to local people in the Canary Islands, remember, in the Canary Islands we are a very poor region, we live on tourism. But when we say people, this camera was built in Tenerife, and it's flying 80 million kilometers from Earth, and it's still recording all this really cool stuff. So this is something that people in the island feels really proud. If we have money, we can do really cool things, okay? So this is like the first part of the experiment. We are just doing a scaling up process. We started with a cat, and we ended up with an enormous explosion in the sun. Same physics. We're talking about electrons, magnetic fields, and the connection between them. So now let's try to do or explain the same with these things we have here, okay? And the final thing we are going to do, just imagine at the airport when the police saw me, they say, "What are you?" Okay, you cannot cross the border with this ukulele, but I can. Okay, so this is a a €2 ukulele. You can buy it anywhere, but it works. As I told you, I work in solar physics, so I try to understand how the sun works in the interior. But I use the same mathematical tools that explain why this sounds, okay? I work with wave theory. So it doesn't sound the same than, okay? So the variation in the sound on the vibrational pattern of the object is what I do. So what we are going to do at the end of this demonstration is to convert this into an electrical guitar. So our friends in Mars, could have something to have fun, okay? Just not to plant potatoes like in the movie. So let's start. Let me not put this too high. Okay, so our story starts in around 1973. This guy is one of the most important persons in the, let's say, in the connection between electricity and magnetism. I suppose your teacher knows who this one is, because it's a very important. Okay, so it is just a catchy question because Gibbons is actually a person that plays with electromagnetic fields. He's very good, but it's actually this guy. This is Billy Gibbons. He's one of the greatest guitar players, okay? Can you see something in the video related to electricity and magnetism? What do you see that is related with electricity in the video? What works with electricity there? What do you think? Tell me something that works with electricity there. The guitar, okay. What else? The microphone? Okay. Okay. All the speakers and... So they cannot play this kind of music. This is a hard rock without electromagnetism, okay? They don't use my ukulele. They use, okay, an electric guitar. There is something important in music that relates very well with science. In science, there are people very bright, but we also always relied on what people have done in the past. Okay, Newton was a genius, but it depended on what other people made before. So Gibbons cannot invent hard rock without other people playing other stuff. Okay, so Gibbons was playing hard rock, hard blues, and this kind of music, but one of the reference singers for him was this guy, Muddy Waters. Okay, so Muddy Waters is this guy. You are wondering who is this guy? Okay. He's very famous because he's one of the first guitar players that use an electric guitar. And this kind of things he's doing is called sliding, okay? It was also invented by him. So you say, okay, Muddy Waters, I don't know who he is. Do you know the Rolling Stones, the group? They have that name because he has a song called The Rolling Stones, okay? He was a very important, influential singer for the rest of these people. Okay, so we cannot understand rock music not knowing these people. In science is the same. We cannot talk about Einstein without knowing Minkowski, or without knowing Newton, Galileo, blah 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 blah. Okay, so it's the same idea. People are smart, but they need some backup. And Muddy Waters was influenced by this guy. Now we are going to the 20s. So listen to the music, nothing to do with. It is an acoustic guitar. There's no electricity there, but the music sounds a bit alike. He was actually the son of an slave. Okay, he didn't know how to write, how to read. Well, okay, so between this guitar acoustic and this one electric, we need a technological invention, the electric guitar. The electric guitar was invented by Beauchamp in 1931. This is the frying pan. It's the first electric guitar. Okay, it looks like that. Okay, but if we have an electric guitar, we need a speaker, the music box you mentioned. So this was invented in 1925. Look, this speaker. This is a 2020 speaker. Exactly the same. The technology has not, moved too much, because you will see why it's more or less the same. So this is a speaker of right now, and this is from 1925. So when we connect this to the electric guitar, we'll have sound coming from the speaker. Okay? And of course, these are technological advances based on basic science. So we never have to forget that we need basic science, basic physics, basic chemistry, whatsoever, because we don't know when we're going to use that science to implement new technological advancements. Okay? So look, Maxwell is in the 1860s. He was a wonderful mathematician, physicist, but he was able to put in a small set of equations, how to connect electrical and magnetic fields. I have to put my favorite guy, that is Faraday. Okay, Faraday never went to the university. He was coming from a very poor, surrounding. He was actually an amazing instrumentalist. He was discovered by Davis, a famous chemist at that time. He was working in printing books. Okay, and he was discovered by this chemist that went to buy some books, and look at this very young guy, how he was able to print very, very conscious, all very well ordered. So he was impressed and invited him to join his laboratory. So just imagine this genius suddenly in a laboratory with things like this. So I say, okay, so let me invent stuff. So he invented the electrical generator and the electrical motor. So if you have electricity, it's because there is somewhere, I don't know in which area of this region, there is an electrical generator. Okay? So all of that stuff was invented, look, 200 years ago by Faraday. Okay? So just to finish this, why is Faraday my favorite scientist? Because he was the first science education person. So at that time, we are talking about 1820 something, he started to give talks for kids during Christmas, okay, in London. So this was more or less the stuff. Can you see all the kids? There are also, this is not the kids, of course, but young people. And every Christmas he was offering these wonderful outreach talks. The most famous is the chemistry of a candle. He just light a candle and explain for days all the science behind a candle. I still use that in my classes because I believe it's a wonderful didactical, lesson plan. So this is the one that he gave in 1856. This one is in 2012. So they have been doing this kind of outreach activity for 200 years. Okay, of course he's not Faraday. He didn't invent, the so for me, it's one of my favorite scientists. His life is actually wonderful. So my final slide before playing with the guitar. So these are the simplified form of the Maxwell equations. They relate how electrical and magnetic fields are related. Okay. If you want to see in a more poetic way, electromagnetism is the art of playing with magnets, electrical chargers, and conductors. So when you mix these three ingredients, you have electromagnetism. Okay. And the funny thing about this equation is that when you mix these two, you realize that light is an electromagnetic wave. So he mixed these two equations. One of his students, Hertz, not the driving Hertz, discovered radio waves. First, it was invented the equation, and from this equation, Hertz discovered radio waves. Okay, so this is an amazing way of, I have nice basic science, and from then I have technological advancement. Okay, so we are done. Thank you. Bye. No. So we don't need anymore the screen, and okay. So let's start now trying to emphasize what I just told you. This is just copper, I made a solenoid. It's just a coil of copper, with a lot of turns. This is 50 turns. So this is basically the invention of the century. Because now we have a conductor. What else do we need to make electromagnetism? Magnets. So when we start interacting the conductor with magnets, magic happens. And we have different electromagnetic phenomena. Okay, so let me give you some examples of what we can do with this coil, always related with music. Okay, music sound is going to be our way of connecting ideas. Let's go. Okay, so let me do you know what this is? Sometimes we are getting older. We believe that everybody knows. You will see how this thing start rotating. If you have a Tesla car, do that. Destroy the car, and you will see that inside you will find a motor. So let's destroy this little one. Okay, you will see here. And inside you see there are two magnets. And you see here two magnets. So what we are going to do, play with these magnets and the coil. When we make this thing interact, we have a motor. So let's make a flip to this idea. So you, for sure, you will go to your high school laboratory and make a lot of measurements with this kind of devices. Okay? So instead of using these things, we're going to use the ear. So we are going to make things loud, okay? Instead of just measuring with an voltimeter and perimeter or whatever. So let's forget about this. And let's start to play. Electromagnetism is very easy to understand. We have a coil. If you move very fast a magnet, you will have a different in voltage here. That's all you need in high school. Don't make just don't look at your teacher. She doesn't know. You just need that. Yeah. Okay, so you have the coil. You have a magnet moving. You will have a voltage. Okay. Usually we measure this voltage with these kind of devices. But let's do something different. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. Have you played with this? Instead of moving a magnet by hand, I'm lazy, so I'm going to do it like this. So if I move this closer to the coil, I will have a voltage here. Okay, this is the idea. So let's see if this thing works. And you also see that all the material are easy to implement in real time, so you don't need to spend too much time or money. So I'm just going to connect one here. Okay, nothing really difficult, okay? And the other two ends, what I'm going to do is to connect it to the speaker. So imagine the idea. I'm going to move the spinner. They have magnets in the spinner. So voltage will be induced here. So I will have a voltage here. So what I want is to inject this voltage to the speaker. Okay, so if some voltage is generated, I will listen something in the speaker. Okay, let's see. So let me connect this one. You see, this is just an audio cable. So I just put ground and I put the signal. Okay, there are a lot of electrical fields around. So here. Okay, ready? So let's see. And now I'm going to stop it. Again. Do you understand what has a... Okay. Like this. So when I move the spinner around the circuit, I am generating a voltage. So the voltage goes here, and we can listen to the current generated. It's basically I am amplifying the noise of the spinner. So this is, let's see, I'm going to put it. Okay. So when I stop it, nothing happens. Okay. I believe I have another one here. Let's see. And now listen to this one. Nothing happened. Why? Because no magnets. So I may be moving wherever you want. There is no magnet. I have motion. I have the electrical circuit, but I don't have moving magnets. So no voltage is induced. Okay? Do you understand the idea? So always have to work on this issue. We just playing with, in some way, magnets, circuits, and electricity. Let's do now a second experiment. Let's see if this one works. I have another coil here. So I was telling you that if I move a magnet, I induce a voltage. But if I connect here a voltage source, I will induce a magnet. So it works in both directions. I can induce a voltage moving a magnet. I can induce a magnet inducing a voltage. Okay? So now this coil will do the role of the magnet. So I'm going to inject some. Okay. So this is the idea. I'm going to okay. So now I connected this coil to the audio output of the computer. So if I send an audio file from here, I'm going to have a magnetic field here. I'm going to put this close to this one. So this magnetic field will induce a voltage here that should be heard here. A bit crazy. Let's see if this one actually works. So when I ask my students which audio file I'm going to put, since we are from the Canaries, just imagine the kind of music we'll have. Let's see. Let me put this a bit more. Okay. It is not working very well today. Let's see. No, it doesn't. Let me make a quick change here. Okay. It's going to be just 1 minute. See if on the other side works better. Okay. And this one. me see now. And here. So it doesn't work very well today, sorry. I don't know what's going on. But you get the idea. Okay. Let me see. No, it doesn't want to work today. Yeah. Let's see. No, sorry. But can you barely see, usually works very well, but I don't know what's going on today. Well. So let's keep moving. Sorry about this. Well. Even worse. I believe there is too much. Well. So let's keep moving. So this is the idea. Sometimes it works fine, but not today. So, but it's always the idea, just how to combine one of either the moving magnet or inducing a voltage. Okay, so let's keep moving because we still have some stuff to show you. I hope this one will work. So next experiment. Remember, if I connect this to a power source, I will have here a magnetic field. And this is already a magnetic field because we have magnets. Okay? So what will happen when they both interact? So this is what we are going to do now. Let's see if everything wants to work. So for this, I need to increase my setup. So I need more voltage than the one that the computer will offer me. So I'm using an old computer speaker, okay, to have more voltage. So I'm going to do the same. I'm going to put a song here, amplify with this thing, that will go to this one, okay, and let's see what's going to happen. Maybe nothing because it was not working very well, but let's see. I have too many wires here. Let's see where I did put this one. Enel? This one. So when I do this, I will try to amplify the voltage that's coming from here. Then I have this coil. I need this one. This is getting crazy. So let's see now. One. And the other. this is the crazy setup we are doing now. Let me explain you. So, look, I'm going to do the same than before. I have, let me put this, I don't need this anymore. Need this one. Okay, so okay, now. So, let's see. Do you have, it's not, let's see. No, can you hold it? Because okay. So, okay, so now we have, can you hear something that is not important right now? So, there's a song that is a voltage, okay, amplified here and send it here. So there is a voltage, so we're going to induce here an electrical, a magnetic field. So if I put this thing above and I put these things above, can you hear the, this is the idea behind a speaker. You know that. Okay, so what is going on here? This is the membrane of a speaker. I need it to amplify. If I put it here, you still can listen to it, but not so well. So you need some way of amplifying the sound. So this is the reason we put this in here. Okay, so this is the idea behind a speaker. Okay, we are just making two magnets fighting, so they try to repel and attract each other. So that makes the plate vibrate because of this attraction and repulsion. And this is what it's all about. Okay? So I have a surprise for you, Walter. Actually, we can do... déjalo si quieres ahora. Te aviso. So, is it possible to do science with this nice, present you gave us? Yeah, because this is a piece of metal with magnets, okay? So, can you see the, and in the branches, these round things are magnets, okay? So, and what I'm going to do, since this is a magnet, and these are, you call it paper clips, okay? So let me try to let's see if I can manage. Okay. Can you, if you want to move closer, so you see that now we have our tree with the magnets, and inside there are two paper clips. Okay, so since the paper clips are connected to the magnets, they are already magnetized, so they are also magnets. So if I put now the music, the coil will induce a magnet inside, but the clip is already a magnet. So let's see what is going to happen. Okay, here. Okay, so let's move. Can you see that the don't touch anything? It was me. So so let's do it with less power, because the paper clip actually loves music, I believe. So let's there. So we have a dancing paperclip. Can you hear some noises? Because actually the table is behaving as a speaker, because you see it's vibrating, so it's also behaving as a speaker. Okay, and now it's too tired to to keep the dancing. We can do, you know, even in the outside. The effect is not so big because the magnetic field is maximum here, not in the outside. Okay. So we have a nice, thank you, dancing experiment with this nice logo you gave me. Thank you very much. So let's keep moving. We like to do a new one. So I'm going to put this aside. Okay, so remember, this is an speaker. So this is the nice version of our plate, you know, playing salsa on the table. So we have here our speaker. Okay, so I'm going to hold it. But remember, in electromagnetism, everything works in both directions. So when I connect this to the computer, you will listen to the music. But at the same time, say something. Hello, hello. Move it closer. Speak here. No, speak here.
Hello.
Come on, you're. Are they always speaking in the class? Maybe you are too shy. Okay. So you see, we can use it in both directions. So we have either a speaker or a microphone. You know, it depends on if I'm generating a voltage or using a voltage to generate a magnetic field. Okay, so it works in both directions. So, you know, my students are always speaking in class, blah 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 blah. But when I ask them speak, they don't do it. So it's like, what's wrong with you? So I have two more experiments just before doing the the guitar. That is like the central, okay, thing we are going to do today. So this is a scientific instrument. It's called a toothbrush. Okay, so this is a vibrating toothbrush. So you have the okay, and it's you can touch it. Okay, not this one. This one was used. So okay, remember, every time you buy something, destroy it, because you have to investigate what's inside. So destroy one, and you will have this thing inside. It's just a battery and an electrical motor. Okay, so when you connect it, the motor starts vibrating, and it is what you feel when. Okay, so what I did was, okay, I'm going to remove this motor, and I put it here. Right, this is a cloth clip, for the. So now I have the motor there. Okay, it's covered with electrical tape. So I need a volunteer. One volunteer, somebody that will help me. Come here. I'm going to send you some electrical shocks. So in case of, okay, so it's, but you volunteer, so no problem. Okay, so we have been talking about the idea that we are generating electrical fields. Okay, so these electrical and magnetic fields can actually do something to us. Okay, so in other words, if I put this thing closer to you, can I in some way do something in your mind? Because if you work with the neurons, so these are electrical, chemical electrical reactions. So may I in some way modify this so I can modify your behavior? She looks really happy, so okay, so let's try. Okay, so this is a very simple. It shouldn't hurt you, so no problem. Okay. So the idea is I'm going to inject a modifying electrical current. Okay, so trying to modify the electrical, circuitry within your brain. So I just have to put this in your ears all the way. This is for you. So what you have to do, because I need the motor to be more or less at this height for the electrical field to control you. Okay, so put it here. Look at your friends, and you have to bite. Yeah. Yeah. It's a pencil. Okay. So do it. No problem. Yeah. Okay. Don't touch. Actually, don't touch anything. Okay. Okay. So just let me connect. It must be there, so I can send the electrical current directly to your. So don't. Let's see. Ready? So let me see. Okay. So better your ears. Put the fingers in your ears to like this. Yes, because otherwise you can have. There's no problem. No. Okay. Like this. So I'm going to try to some way send a signal to you. and do whatever you believe you have to do. Okay? So look at your colleagues. Ready? Let me do some primary. Nothing? Ready? It goes. What? Put it again, and let's see if you can actually. I'm going to repeat it. Just look at there. Ready? Let's see. Okay. How we do that? Thank you. The pencil is for you. Now we have I need an okay, and Spanish speaker one, Giuseppe. So this is yours. Again, it works in every language. Let's see if you just again look at them. Ready? Let's see. Thank you. The pen is for you. So, how was I controlling the brain of Giuseppe and your name? How could I control it? Because actually I was not controlling it. What I was doing is that, remember, there is a little motor here. So when I connect the motor to the pencil, the motor starts vibrating. So I'm passing the vibration to your teeth, and from the teeth to the skull, and from there to the audio nerve. So it's a different way of hearing. We have two hearing senses. We have the ear and we have the skull. When you are diving under the sea, you still can hear, but you don't use your ear. You use your skull. That is connected directly to the audio nerve. Okay? But you see how I just put something like very mystical and can control whatever I want. It's just, a motor. Okay. So, okay. There. Thank you. So, and just to, before you get bored, let's see. Our final experiment, I promised you that we are going to build an electrical guitar. Okay, so I have here two guitars, my brand new ukulele, and this is also a guitar. You see that it's only one string. This is called a monochord. This is the first scientific musical instrument implemented by Pythagoras. I suppose that you played a lot with this guy. So the ideas of Pythagoras was to try to understand the relationship between the length of the string and the sound, and the tone of the sound. Okay? From these experiments, he actually implemented the first musical scale. Okay, so the do, re, mi, blah, 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 that we have today is based on this first scientific mathematical experiment. So you can, I suppose you can hear my nice ukulele. We have a sort of a problem with this. So why? What is the big difference between both? which one? What is the difference? Just with your finger? What is the difference? Okay, the box from the hole inside. Okay, this is a resonant. Okay, we have good look. We can nearly listen to it, but if I put more tension, but look at this. One thing is put tension, but if I put it here, this is a resonant, okay, table. This is the reason the ukulele has this hole and box. It's a resonant, so it amplifies the sound. But remember, we are in the United States with these people playing an acoustic guitar. But the problem is that in the 1930s, in the US, many people from the south of the country, they was very poor, wanted to move to the north of the country, Chicago and all these cities. And they were mainly black people that they brought with them their music. Blues, jazz, you know all of this. What is the problem? That they went to Chicago, they went to these discos and bars and pubs, and start playing the guitar, but nobody could hear the guitar. A lot of people in a small place, a lot of noise, so the guitar was not heard. So when the first electrical musicians realized that there is a new invention, it's called the electric guitar. Okay, why don't I use this? I can amplify electrically the sound, so I can use my guitar in a place where nobody can hear me. Okay, so let's build an electrical guitar. First, well, actually, well, we are going to build an electrical ukulele. Okay, no es una electrical guitar, our electrical ukulele. So it's easy to listen to it because we are not too many people and we are quiet, so it's easy to listen to it. So another electrical motor from a toothbrush, okay, and I put it in my clip, and again it is connected, okay, to an audio cable that I'm going to put into my speaker. So what is going on here? Remember, in electromagnetism, things work in both directions. So if I inject a voltage here, the motor will move. But if I move the motor, I will induce a voltage that will go to the speaker. So what I need is to induce a motion in the motor. The motor can move like this. I can just rotate the motor, or I can just make the motor vibrate. So this is the idea. So if I take my ukulele, forget about the noise, okay? So when I make the string play, the string is vibrating. So the vibration will be passed to the motor. So the motor will move and will induce a voltage that will go to the amplifier speaker. Does it make sense? Not to me, but so remember we have that sorry, that, okay, so if I put it, I don't know how to play the guitar, but Can you do you hear that is playing? So now we have built an electric guitar. This is all we need. The string of the guitar behaves like a generator, and it plays in any circumstances. Remember? Okay, so we have a Pythagorean electric guitar. Okay, so I hope that these experiments makes you understand a bit more about. It's not so important what electromagnetism is about, but have you seen that we have talked about many things? History, music, my ukulele, slavery, Mars. Okay, so it's nice to. Okay, we have to learn very well, you know, all the physics and maths behind all natural phenomena. But it's nice also to connect it to things of the real life. Okay, so just my final say bye-bye. Do you remember when I put the sound of the Earth magnetic field when the thunder struck and there was this few thing? Okay, so we can actually replicate this this experiment. I'm not going to to tell you again. So this is for you. Just take it like here. So okay, so this is a metallic spring. So this is nice just to, you know, to play with waves. We can, you know, how to different sort of ways play. But we are going to use this in a different way. So I'm going to leave it for a second there. So I have here my last gadget. Again, we have an audio cable. I'm going to connect it here. And this sort of €1 coin is called a piezoelectric. What it means that it will generate some sort of voltage by pressing it. Okay? So I'm going to put it this way. So what is your name? Jonas. Okay. So like this. Let's try not to. Okay. So this is. I'm just going to to clip it here like this. Is this allowing me to do it? Okay. Okay, so let's start like this. So in the we saw this, we listened to this sound, and also have you seen Star Wars, all the movies? So how they generate all these laser gun explosions, blah 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 blah, in the first movies that they were shot in the 1970s, no computers. Okay, so this is the answer. I'm shooting you. You have to. Just. You're dead. No, you're. So what are we doing? So there are different ways of sending sound. If I send sound through the air, it's what we call a longitudinal wave. It moves in the same direction than pressure. But since I'm sending the sound through this coil, okay, the frequencies, the very how to say this, the speed of the sound will depend on the tone of the sound. That's the reason we hear this chew. Okay. And also the machine gun one. Okay. Okay, so guys, thank you very much for your attention. I hope you like the demonstrations, and in particular, thank you for being here on Friday evening. That is says very nice things about you. Okay, thank you very much. Do you like it? Okay. The idea for teachers, for us, is that I don't know here, but I suppose it's the same in Germany than in Spain, that you don't have too much time to prepare weird stuff, bureaucracy and all this stuff. So we try to make simple demonstrations that you can just set up in a few minutes and that have some kind of connection with the real life features. Okay. Okay. Yeah, of course. That's we usually try to be in contact with the research units in our university and try to translate what they do to high school level within, and in particular within the curricula, things that you can use for this thing. Yeah. Yeah, to these things. Yeah, exactly. Hmm. Yeah. 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 Level. Yeah. Okay. More than welcome.